Oops, I lost a little track of time a little bit. Hi, hello, I'm here. I meant to go into the screen like right after the ads ended. I just totally forgot what time it was. Hi Rage. Hello Red. Hi guys. Hello. Sorry, I'm technically a little late for when I usually start chatting, but hi, I'm here. I'm here. The Mario movie was last night, and oh boy was it a movie. How are you guys doing though? How's your Thursday? You guys do anything fun yesterday? You guys get any fun April Fools? Is it good or bad? Good. It's funny because a lot of people are saying it's the worst movie I've ever seen. I'm like, motherfucker, it was fine. I think it has the same problem a lot of video game related movies have, not just Nintendo, but just a lot of video game movies in general. That's pacing. I do feel they probably tried to fit in too much, just like the first one. But I thought it was fun. There was like so many moments where I was like it's a reference, it's a reference, it's a reference, it's a reference. And like I was in a theater with like a lot of kids, and I mean a lot of kids, and the kids were having fun, and I think that's the best part about like movies, kids movies in particular, you know, is when kids can have fun and for the most part follow along. Like the movie wasn't like the craziest story wise, right? But you don't really need one. I like how a lot of people are criticizing it because it's a kids movie. Like, kids movies can be deep, and I'm like, modern kids ones don't. Like old, like there's probably a lot of old examples of kids movies, quote unquote, that are like deep and philosophical and stuff. I've probably seen some of them, but I just can't name them off the top of my head. But like insulting a movie because it isn't like deep and it doesn't have a deep meaning, like I don't know, I think that's just weird. But yeah, no. They did in fact mention Rainbow Road. It's a Mario movie. What do you expect? I'm not going to get into details because I don't want to spoil it for people that do plan to watch it. I can if you guys want me to spoil it, but it's only been out one day, so I really don't want to do that. But yeah, I had fun. Yeah, what was really funny is so, you know, all movies these days have to have a post-credit scene, right? Like every single movie in existence. Doesn't matter if it's a one-off movie or not. Like every movie in existence.
Rinkum peeking.
Oh. Hi, Red. Also, I just noticed that alert is behind my chat. Why? It should be ahead of it. Let me fix that. Oh, I know why it's behind. Shit, I gotta fix that through stream elements. I'll do that later. Anyway, the credits scene, right, where it was just more presentation for the end of the movie to like have more closure. It quite literally made one person in the theater, and I'm gonna say it this way because I think they were an adult. If they weren't, I will rescind my statement. It made somebody essentially cream their pants. It was kind of funny. Hello, hi Red. Thanks for the 2 years. Oh my god. 2 years of just subbing. That doesn't mean your following time. But yeah, like honestly, the like I pogged at like the end of the movie when they were like setting up the potential next movie if they ever do it right. I'm assuming they will, but you never know. Like I pogged off, but there was somebody sitting like one row behind me that was like, yes, ah! It's like he actually just like came in his pants when he saw like the teaser for the next movie, essentially. Yeah, no, movie was fun. There was a lot of references that I enjoyed. There's a lot of references that I think the kids probably didn't know because it's for older Mario titles that they might not know that well. But for the follow comment, I should try it. But yeah, it was fun. It felt like it was a 2-hour long movie, but I think it was only like 145 or so, something like that. Not including like credits and everything that I sat through to watch and stuff. 2 years, 4 months. Oh Lord. Sorry, I got a DM. 2 years, 4 months, 4 days, 2 hours. That is... I'm trying to think. How long was that since I debuted? Couple months after I debuted, I think, because I debuted in July. And in July, it would be 7 months for you. Yeah, so it's couple months after I officially debuted as Renkomori. Oh god. Honestly, I thought this was the version that I had like the super high bass boosted. If you guys have never heard of that, listen to Driftville City, which is what this song is, but like bass boosted, and listen to it on an actual speaker. It actually sounds like it's trying to destroy your speakers. Anyway, yeah, movie was fun. I don't want to get into details unless you guys would like me to get into details, because if you guys plan to watch it, I don't want to spoil it. Obviously, it's not like a super crazy movie, so like probably people don't care, but the people that do care, I want to at least give them a week or two before I spoil it, because it's only been out 1 day. What else? Not much else. I did a little bit of cleaning today. I plan to do a little bit more tomorrow before my family comes back home. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm good. I think I'm done. Today we're gonna do more DK64. Happy Thursday. Hi Luigi, happy Thursday. Hope you're doing well. What was I gonna say? I wasn't able to sleep well this week for some reason. I don't know if it's because like I'm home alone and usually I expect a little bit of noise, but I haven't been sleeping. Like today I woke up at 2 a.m. and then I woke up at 4 a.m. and then I didn't go back to bed. So I'm just struggling. So I bought myself some melatonin when I went to the store today. I'm doing Husband. The Mario movie was good. I was explaining. It has the problem that a lot of animated and video game movies have, and that is pacing, as in like they try to do too much in too little time. But overall, I enjoyed it. Like, as much as it was a game for kids, I actually enjoyed it. Like, and a lot of people complain that it was a game for kids, therefore it's bad. Also, we're gonna start gaming now. Always let me know how the sound is. It should be good, but yeah, Mario movie was good. I will say they used lore in the movie that they haven't ever explicitly stated, which is actually kind of cool. So like if MatPat was still alive, like his game theory brain would absolutely like implode, because there's like lore that he probably thought of, maybe dismissed or thought is accurate, and either confirmed or denied his personal or anybody's personal or anybody's personal theories. He said like he actually died. Listen, he's dead on the internet. He's just gone. Where am I going? Where's the final stage at again? I already forgot. Jesus Christ. Does anybody know where the final stage is at? I don't remember. Didn't like one of these become a cave? Oh yeah, it's a cave. Oh, I know where it is. It's up in fucking Donkey Kong's ear or something. Did MatPat die? He's dead on the internet. He became a politician. That means he's dead to some people. Is this one I want to go to, I think? You know, speaking of MatPat, no, he's not dead. I literally saw him. I don't know if you guys watch this channel, but I do from time to time. The Try Guys, the guys that do the blank eats everything on the menu for whatever store. I need to be fucking somebody else. And he was there. Like, he was just eating good food. It was funny. You're running for office? I don't. No. He's not running for office, if I remember. He's trying to be like a gaming advocate, essentially, and be like somebody that helps like set policies for like games and like a lot of online content. So like, it's not really that he's trying to be that. Motherfucker. I'm gonna swap monkeys. Fuck this. So yeah, he's not necessarily trying to do that. He's just in politics because of that. Yeah. But yeah, like I was saying, they introduced lore in the Mario movie. Like, obviously it's probably just in the Mario Cinematic Universe, the new MCU, that completely destroys or confirms certain people's working game theories, and I will not say more beyond that. It's actually really funny how when I saw like the story going on, I was like, this is gonna make theorists go crazy if they assume that the movie lore is canon to game lore, which I'm assuming they're not gonna do that. Oh, don't go outside. Alright. Now, I already forgot what I'm doing in this stage. I know there's a motherfucker that causes avalanches for some reason. As for what else I have to do, I don't fucking know. Donkey Kong. Hi, Marissa. Ugh. Hi. Like, I don't remember what I'm doing here. I need to kill this motherfucker that's causing the earthquakes, let me be honest. If I can, I don't know if I can actually. Ooh. There's so much shit. What the fuck? There's like 3 lanky switches? What the fuck? Okay. Lanky it is. Meow. I just realized you redeemed that too. How are you doing though? How's your Thursday? Now what does this do? Can I go inside? Get away. The fuck is this? Is this what I think it is? Wait. Hey Lanky, it's not much fun being stuck in this pokey igloo, so I made up a game to pass the time. If I don't play soon, I'll die of boredom. How about it, buddy? Tell me the rules, but sure. See those tiles, turn over as many over to show your face as possible. Okay, let's go. Okay. Is this a fucking Mario Party minigame? It is. Oh my god, it says, I love how it says his face, but it's literally just DK. That was kind of bullshit. Need to break his down so that, like, if you're ever playing Mario Party, remember, shit, the best way to do it is to swap over their tile. I'm gonna lose because I've swapped 2 of my own, because that's not just a net gain of 1, it's also a net minus of 1 for your opponent. Oh my fucking god, bro. The hitbox on these suck ass. One more. Did I win? Never mind. I thought I won because there was some lag. I'm like, I'm gonna keep going. Hey, motherfucker, you don't start before I do. What kind of cheating bullshit is this? I can't jump. That was bullshit. Oh my fucking god, bro. I'm upset. That's gonna hit another one of mine. I'm so upset. I had it and then the game was like, nope, you're gonna hit the one tile behind you, not in front of you. That's bullshit. I hate this. It actually pisses me off. That one was mildly tilting. The first one I just fucked up on my own. Hey. Motherfucker cheating. He starts before I do. Excuse me. You suck. I win. Dick. No, it took me days to think of that, Kimmy. You beat me. You're not my friend anymore. Take your winnings and leave. Fucking crybaby. Oh, banana. Can I kill him? No. He has a... what's it called? Invisible wall. What's these do? Okay, I see what I gotta do for that. That's easy. It's here. I'm assuming each one only takes me a certain distance. That's why I have to do both, is my assumption. Oh my god, motherfucker. Oh my god, I swear to god, if I get hit in the middle of this, I'm gonna be so fucking... like, in the middle of me explaining what I don't want to fucking happen, it happened. Woohoo! There we go. Okay, better. Welcome to bonus stage. What's this one? Do I get to run on my feet? Oh, it's only you, Lanky. Well, if you can be to the bottom of the slide and collect 50 coins, suppose you get my golden banana, use blood to steer, blood to push forward, and pull back to slow down. Ready, blood to jump. Ready, go! It is. Go, 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 go. Brother. Thank you. Oh my god, it's still icy. I hate this. Oh my god, it's still... oh my... oh god. The camera's fucked. Oh my god. I thought I'd have better traction. I don't. You go down? I do have to go down. What the fuck? So I just did the handstand for like nothing, I guess. Hoopa. I'm like so far behind him. I have not even seen. Oh, there it is. I have not seen motherfucker's ass in 2 business days. I pressed the jump button, but I guess it didn't go through. That's fine. Oh, he has this fucking squeak. You know what the funny thing is? I've used this power up before and the game just assumes I haven't. That's why it does this bullshit again. You might be wondering why I did that. Surprisingly, that shit worked the last time I had to use this ability to win a race. I think for some reason. So essentially the power up has to load a certain amount of time. And on emulator it actually hurts me because the game still runs at full speed, whereas on console there's a lag that would allow the loading to happen technically faster because the game itself is lagging. So I used you motherfucker. So I used that pause buffer because last time it actually held. Motherfucker, stop. I jumped over it. So I think it actually helps when I spawn this power up. I hate this fucking squeak. It reminds me of like a kid grabbing a balloon and just like running their dry hand on it. I missed. I swear to fucking God, I missed. I forgot to do the pause buffer trick, by the way. I'm still keeping up. Maybe what I'm doing was actually snake oil. It doesn't actually fucking matter. The camera there fucked me. I pressed the button and it says I didn't. That's great. Shut up. Shut up. Go, 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 go. The craziest thing about these minigames is you have to get 50 coins and win, which means that the racing line for this stage kind of sucks because you have to make sure you get coins at the same time. Because if it was just win, this wouldn't be terribly bad, honestly. Don't hit him, because this will actually take coins away from me. Whee! Get away! I hit the wall. I hit the wall. This piss. I hate this. I hate the fucking camera angle. I missed every coin because the camera got stuck. I hate that the cameras are actual physical objects and get stuck behind things. It's just the quirk of playing an older video game. The camera is an actual physical object that gets stuck between walls sometimes. Whee! I fucking pressed the button. Woohoo! I wish this shit wasn't icy. I think that makes the shit worse. Like, they added everything that people hate in a minigame. It's a race, you have to collect a certain amount of items, and it's ice physics. Oh my god, this is the worst I'm doing in coin-wise so far. Add a break. Oh my god, bro. I actually don't know if I have to jump there or not. Like, do I just go fast enough and it does it for me? What happens? I missed. Help me. Please, Lord, save me. Go, go, go! Okay, I do have to. I think I don't have to. I actually still press the jump button. I'm gonna do this one, not press it, and see what happens. My guess is I do have to jump. I was just late. This game doesn't tell you shit. Welcome back from the ads, though. Alright, I'm just gonna hold forward. I'm not gonna press the jump button. Let's see what happens. Okay, yeah, I don't have to jump. I think the jump is for the smaller jumps, not that big jump. So I'm gonna not hold jump here, or press jump here, see what happens. You motherfucker. Yeah. I think the jump is just worthless then. I still need 50 coins, by the way. Fuck you, motherfucker. Oh my fucking god, dude, I've lost 15 coins to this motherfucker. But, yep. Tilting. I think I need more coins from this section. I need to not hit him like 10 times. Or I think it was like 6 times that I hit him. One of them being right here. What? Oh, I'm gonna fucking... I thought I was gonna fall because of that. Alright, chat, it's time to lock in these last sections. So I think I'm gonna be behind him once I get back on foot. Or hands, I guess, because it's a handstand that I'm doing. Right, here's where I got it. No. Oh my god, it knocked me off. Oh my god, not only did he take out the last 3 coins that I needed, he fucking knocked me off. If I didn't care about all my stuff, I would have thrown this controller at that moment. Honestly, I just need to get so many coins that I don't mind getting hit at him on those final 2 turns. I pretty much never have to pass him because he hits me every time there's like a motherfucker. There's like a section where it's just pure straight like this area. He just speeds up way too fucking much. Did I not have 40 coins here before? But like when there's turns, that's actually when I catch up. I might not have enough coins to win at this point. Wait, no, there's another section here. Alright, here's where I have to overtake him and ignore coins. Okay, this is the final area. There we go, we got it. Oh, fuck. Why does he sound like a goddamn monkey? You're better than I thought. Oh, banana. Bye. Alright, so this area is cleaned out. Like this castle, I mean, not like this area. Alright, next. Let's go over there. That's a Diddy stuff. There's a lot of Diddy stuff here, actually. There's Tiny, which is there. Alright, so let's go for Diddy. Oh! I saw something funny on Twitter today. Did you guys see there's like a viral video going out of Mr. Yee, Kanye West, signing his most recent album, I think? Like his vinyls. And a bunch of people are making fun of him because he's not signing the actual album, he's signing like the plastic that you rip off when when you buy an album. And I'm like, that's really funny. So people are gonna buy a signed thing for extra money and then rip off the plastic and realize that the signature was on the plastic. Destroy all the baddies. Okay. Oh, this song though. You motherfucker. This song's great. Oh my god, it's a fucking bop. I think there's probably something over here on this side. Please die. Oh my god, he's fucking running from me. I think that's like by design. I don't mind if I fail this because it'll give me a chance to listen to this song again. But it's right here. We're good. Oh, please touch the line before it's over. Oh my god. Where the fuck am I going? Yes, this way. No. No. What's up here? That's Tiny. That's DK. This is Diddy. This is Tiny. Not Tiny. It is Tiny. The other one was Chunky. The triangle was Chunky. And then up there's Diddy again. It's kind of weird to change his name to Ye, but everyone's still calling him Kanye West. I think isn't his excuse that he found his faith and he became Jewish or something, right? Isn't that his reason? Something like that? I think that was his reason, if I recall. I can't. This doesn't work, this doesn't work, this doesn't work. I'm gonna fail because it was impossible to kill these guys. What the fuck? I die. Oh, I don't die, I just took damage. Haven't kept up with the latest Kanye news, neither have I, but I'm like 90% sure that's why. I feel like that's why I heard that was the case. The fuck am I doing? Like, actually. Am I supposed to kill these guys? Jesus Christ, this pisses me off, dude. Please, Diddy, grab the ledge. You grabbed it before. Diddy, I swear to fucking Christ. Jesus, oh my god, this piss. I'm getting angry here. Like, this room is actually just tilting me. It's not even hard. It's just filled with ledges that are annoying as fuck to deal with. This thing takes more than one? Okay, it doesn't. I need some health. Let me out. But anyway, that shit with Kanye was funny. At the same time, I'm not the kind of person to actually care much about like sign things like that. I don't know. I pressed the wrong button, but it will kill that bee. It'd give me health. Which I am thankful for. Oh, wait, whoa. She gives me health, right? Doesn't she literally? No, she doesn't give me health. I think she kisses me and gives me health, though. Extra melon. Oh my god, girl, give me your melons, please. Thank you. Also, Tato's birthday is today. Was it really? I don't keep up with Vocaloids, unfortunately. Can I buy a fourth melon from you? Oh, my last. Never mind. Bye, girl. What would happen if I got a new outfit that was just Candy's outfit? Would that be peak or would that be cringe? Peak? Who the fuck did I kill? Whose fucking curse splat did I kill? What the fuck? Doesn't work, okay. Good to know. How did that hit me, but I didn't hit them? It's working. That hit him. I have time to kill the last one. I have time. I feel like it would hit you very well. I feel like it would. It'd be very 90s coded. Wait. Did I miss an enemy somewhere? Huh? Is it because I wasn't on time? Man, fuck this shit. Actually, fuck this. Oh my god, this motherfucker's in my way. Can't grab the fucking ledge, can you? Am I supposed to get all the coins? No, the coins are not really a thing. I'm assuming it's kill all the enemies, that's why they spawn. Oh my god, he fell backwards because of how an animation made him get up. Oh, that's actually... that one actually... This game is making me mad today. Oh, you guys have no idea how mad this game is making me. Funny thing is, I'm running out of ammo, or bombs. And the big guys only die to bombs, I think. They might die to the super spin. Like the hold B spin. I have to pick up the bombs, that's why I'm waiting. Did he please do what the fuck I want you to do? Oh my god. Die! See, it was that. I figured it was kill everything, and I thought I could do it even if the god of bananas was angry at me or whatever the hell he is. But this stage is already tilting me. It has so many things that just piss me off. It is the final stage, so like that's kind of what you'd expect, but ooh, it's still getting me mad. Another Diddy banana, apparently, though. What's this one? Flight? Oh, is that what it is? Oh, there's a DK thing down here, too. Oh, that's where the banana spawns, probably. This one's not just kill these things, right? Oh, it is. Oh, gives me super jump, okay. Excuse me? Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Straight up? This does nothing, surprisingly. Oh, over there. I was like, I have a feeling I know what's gonna happen because the things are... Oh my god, the camera's just fucked me there. If you're wondering what happened there, why I was spinning, I'm holding forward and it's making me spin. Because for some, I think what's happening is the camera's trying to turn around on me, so it's just making me spin. This wasn't that bad. This one was so easy. What the fuck? Oh, please tell me. Oh, wait. The banana fairy gives me ammo back. I got it. Oh, I got it. Please give me my fucking grenades back. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, and all my ammo back. Oh, thank you, benevolent goddess. Banana goddess, thank you. Okay, there's something for everybody here, so let's go to Tiny next, I guess. Somebody's Kersplat's here too, and I want to see whose it is. Because I killed it for some reason. I don't know where the fuck it is. Whose Kersplat died? Oh, wait, hang on. I realized I saw that and I just forgot to shoot it. Got it. Nice shot. If you're wondering how I know a Kersplat was here, it's because the random dude died and you heard the doom 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 for when a fucking blueprint drops. That. As for where it is, I don't fucking know, man. So it's somewhere within draw distance of this particular area. Fuck. That doesn't kill them. I think I know what does, but it's not. It's not that. It's that thing. Oh my god, that's a hole. That isn't even a. That isn't a ledge. Oh my god. Fuck. I missed. I missed. Got him. And I got that one by collateral damage by accident. More bananas somewhere? I see you. And there's one bunch here somewhere. I think I have to kill all of them again. I think these are all just battle arenas, essentially. Off the backboard! Boom shakalaka! She's on fire! Okay, I was like, please tell me that's everything. Sure fucking is. God, part of me wants to play NBA Jam. I've never played NBA Jam, but I do understand the he's on fire and the boom shakalaka. Oh, banana. Hi, Thunderbird. That's done. There's a DK and a Tiny, or not Tiny, Chunky. Let's go Chunky first. Bing, 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 beanie, meanie, me. Where the fuck is it? Is it up there? It's probably up there. Wait, was that on a timer? Did it just not open? What happened? Is it because I like turned around? Oh my god! Holy shit! I fucking got blasted! Alright, so my guess is hit these, but don't touch anything else? Don't touch like the carpet, maybe? Oh, it's the spotlight. Got it. I understand the gimmick of this stage. It's the spotlights. Go, 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 go. Oh, I thought that counted. Okay, and now we get Big O mode for some reason. I don't know what Big O mode is supposed to do. Oh god, the void square of death. Oh, oh my god, this actually functions as like actual lighting. Go, 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 go. Where's the big almost square? Where was it? Where the fuck was it? Where did it spawn? It spawned on the carpet somewhere. I didn't see where. Oh, it spawned right the fuck next to me and I just didn't see it. I'm stupid. Oh, it makes me invisible. I forgot that Tiny just learned this power up. Welcome to bonus stage. Find a sheet of clap traps. Press A to fire a melon. Okay. There's a delay on the reshoot. I'm just getting lucky with how these are spawning, by the way. That was dead, so fucking easy. Oh, banana. I cut everything besides him that's invisible. So there's that. Now we go DK, big DK mode. Tiny. Yeah. Where the fuck is he? He's just dying for free. What's around here? What the fuck? Oh, hold on. Homing bullets, please. Thank you. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Oh, banana. You know the line easy peasy, lemon squeezy reminds me of Austin Powers, oddly enough. I need to get rid of this because I hate homing ammo in like traditional gameplay. Now where the fuck is this motherfucking curse splat that keeps dying? It has to be up there. I hear him. He's going curse splat. Is it a Diddy curse splat? Is that why his thing is there? How did that hit me? It was not on me when it exploded. Whose curse splat is it though? Has to be up here, right? Tiny, okay. Good to know. I see blue down there, which is chunky, but we'll get the curse splat first. Oh my god, one shot, one kill. Fucking sniper. DK again. Oh, I know where a tiny area is at. What about over here? Lanky, of course, because that's the only way you go up. Well, it's either Lanky or Diddy that one was gonna be. DK and then Diddy. That poor bee just got hit by collateral damage by a sonic blast. What the fuck is this? Gravity shifting? Is this gravity shifting before fucking Super Mario Galaxy? Oh my god, it is. Oh my god. I know what this is now. I need a lanky button, which I remember blue was over here. What was up there? Red. Gotta hit that too, but I think that resets the timer. Oh, banana brown. Come on, please, 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 please. No, no, no. Literally last second, it should have just given me it. Anyway, we get to go in here anyway. So this should reset the room anyway. Plinth panic. What the fuck is a plinth? Oh god. Sorry for this being very loud, by the way. This stage, for some reason, like these stages always are. Oh my fucking god, that covers the entire stage and it pisses me off. Alright, we're going back in. Welcome back from the ads, by the way. How does his prioritize? We have the same attack. Why does his have priority over mine? What kind of fighting game logic is this bullshit? Bye-bye, losers. It's a whole minute, by the way. I just realized. Shit was a whole ass minute. Well played. Yeah. Okay, now we're here. Ah, shit. No, we reset. Let's go right, because actually going right first makes sense because there's just a straight up pair over here. So it's a tiny bit less movement. So then we do this, then we actually go back because we have to go back no matter what. But it's also less movement to go back right now. Jump, please. Thank you. I got Diddy, so that's red. I wonder what the actual optimal path is for this this minigame. It's probably something similar to what I got. Alrighty, lounge. Tiny or Chunky still only has one. I know it's because one of them I have to be invisible for. Alright, so there's that. I need Diddy. Lanky. Lanky down there. Diddy's where? Where does Diddy go here? Where does that barrel take him? What's the point of this barrel? Anyway, let's go Lanky. You bitch. Lanky time. Then we go inflation mode. The unfortunately named monkey. Well, lanky? He's actually lanky. Not a matter of unfortunately named. He's chunky. Or he's lanky. You mean chunky? Why, because he's fat? He's a big ass Kong. Oh, you mean Diddy? I think you mean Diddy. He was here first. I will forever consider Diddy Kong as the first and only owner of the term Diddy. And that's even beyond the music peeps. I see what this is. Go, 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 go. I didn't realize there wasn't going to be another cutscene for it. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. We're done. Bye. Alright, there's a Diddy, or not Diddy, there's a lanky balloon down here to shoot. Also, this motherfucker that's kind of being annoying. Where's the best spot to shoot it from? Probably down here. There we go. Now we become chunky just for the random banana that he has here. Behind me, here. And then Diddy for that, I guess. Do coins count for 101%? Do people do it? Does anybody know that? I hope they don't, because I've been leaving some randomly around. Now, what does this do for me? Nothing? Question mark? Looks like the answer is jack fuck all. Oh, it gives me this, which actually is very useful. Please don't get hit. And I was just about to say, do not prevent me from getting the motherfucking number 5. Number 5, Burger King fertilities, or something like that. I don't fucking know. I hate brain rot, so I don't know when the hell to include it in my vernacular. Speaking of vernacular, I'm still thinking about that dumb motherfucker who didn't understand the word hump day last week. Not that it's like tilting, it was just funny how upset somebody was just because I was using a term that apparently nobody in his country knows, wherever the hell that was. Where's Diddy's barrel at around here? Diddy, please? Oh my god, bro. How the fuck? Here. That's a lot better than what I want to get. That's all I wanted. Because I need to come back with lanky. Do this, go back, swap to lanky, go there, kill the cursed splat, and get I think only the second cursed plat of the stage. Third. I got Chunky somewhere. How do I go up there? Here? Yeah. Alright, get ready to start swinging, Lanky. He's just gonna be there. Oh my god. He didn't even spawn. Motherfuck. That's mildly inconvenient. Mildly inconvenient and extremely tilting. Actually, there's blue bananas down here. This was Lanky failing upwards. Swimming in this game sucks. I just realized. Good lord. Well, I think it sucks because I'm in shallow water. I'm not in like normal water. Oh, number 2 is a teleporter that I can do actually. How the fuck do I get out of here though? Number 2. Number 1. I never watched Codename Kids Next Door, by the way, for those of you that want to find a reason to dislike me more. I never really liked the show. I don't know why. I simply did not. Doesn't mean I didn't watch a couple episodes. I don't know. Never vibed with me. Oh my god, get away. Alright, that's done. Tiny's my next option because she has a shrink thing I gotta do. How's my shoulders if you heard it? Which is where? Back teleporter 5, I think. Sorry, getting some water. I'm trying to get in the habit of just like talking and not just like having random dead air. You know, it's really hard to figure out things to talk about sometimes. Please tell me I can make this. Okay, barely can. I don't know if I have enough crystals for this. Oh my god. Run your pretty little legs. Run. Now. This is a Diddy area. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Tiny just has warp panels. That's her final power-up, is it's just a fucking warp panel. Hold on, does this break this? It does not. So now we go back to... I don't have number 4. Where's number 4? There's a whole movie about finding number 4. Where is number 4? Does anybody know where number 4 is? And I'm not talking about in the game. I'm talking about the movie. Isn't it called I Am Number 4? Alright, anyway, if anybody sees number 4, the teleporter, let me know. Oh, it might be over here. There's that. There's DK's curse splat. That's a barrel switch. This is a chunky area. Or sorry, boulder switch. So let's go DK first just for the curse splat, because I think that's just the most standalone objective in this area. I see that. What is that for? Nothing? It's just random? Oh. Ba-dum-ba-dum-bum. Oh god. Get away. Bap, 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 bap. Oh, die. Doink. These crystals are very jank in terms of hitboxes. Chunky time. You can pick up a boulder with relative ease. I forgot what the next line is. Isn't it makes Crush and Crocs feel like such a breeze or something? Did anything fool me yesterday? What? I'm trying to think. Did anything happen that actually fooled me yesterday? No. Not that I can think of. I know where that is now. It is near Cranky, I think. Because like honestly, there's so much things that happen that like companies don't even try to make like a believable April Fools anymore. They just do whatever the fuck they want. But it's like the most absurd shit ever. That's like, yeah, this isn't true. Like 100% is not true. I'm trying to think if I had anything that was like that. Where does this take me? Where the fuck is this? Oh, I know where this is. Is this where I want to go? Don't think so. It might be actually. Hang on. I don't want these crystals too. I'm trying to think. Did anything fool me? I mean, I think technically, if you want to count me getting fooled, I guess I got fooled by Zentreya, who was debuting a new outfit, but it was actually Zentreya debuting dragon form. And I'm like, oh shit, okay. Like, you can consider that, but not really. Like, again, everything people do is just like so unbelievable that it's really easy to tell what's real and what's not. Like, there were some people that were like, oh my god, Nintendo released this for Nintendo Switch Online too, and I'm like, nah, they didn't. There would be an announcement on YouTube if they did. This is, yeah, there has to be that because it had green bananas around it. Did anything fool you guys yesterday? I don't think there was anything truly unbelievable yesterday. I think yesterday was relatively tame. Fuck is up there? I have to find a Diddy barrel. Ow! Hit me through the water. Oh, tiny. Another warp. Ow, shoulders again. I'm not shrimping, but just the way that I like sit in general, it's very like my shoulders get very, very tight. Where does this take me? Does it fucking matter? It kind of fucking does. It's a rainbow coin. Oh, it's... I just realized this is what I'm trying to kill. This is the guy that makes the fucking earthquakes. Kill him. Fuck you, motherfucker. Stop making a problem for me. And also, get ready for your prides in chat. Rainbow coin. Cool, so now I'm not gonna be fucking threatened by random bullshit. Alright, what am I missing? 15 bananas and 1 golden banana. 10 bananas and 2 golden bananas somehow. Ugh, 1 golden and 27? That's a weird number. 27 regular bananas. 55! Diddy's missing the most bananas, but I think I know where a lot of them are. They're just like randomly in the air. And 1 golden, plus his blueprint, which I haven't found yet. Wait, I know where it is. I just need to find the 4th teleporter. That's what I need. And then 25 and 1. Okay. If you're wondering why I'm only counting to 4, the blueprints count as the 5th banana. So just getting to 4 essentially finishes up the stage. I like doing a giant banana dump, so I'm not going to turn into blueprints right away. Is there a Diddy thing anywhere? Because there's that. Is there like any form of Diddy flights around here? Doesn't look like it. Not here anyway. Oh, it's up there. I feel like it's up there. I feel like I saw. Yeah. Now. Oh, that's what the what the fuck? I got it. That's easy. I have to fall from Cranky. As opposed to falling from Grace. Oh, it's easy actually. That's where the flight is. Okay. We got it. We understand now. My mind is now capable of figuring out everything. Don't. Oh, you motherfucker. I have to hit this anyway, so I guess we're fine. Fuck you. I feel like Diddy would just say that. Just bitch slap someone and go fuck you and run away. Now, where do I jump? I guess the answer is just do the barrel. Fuck, it was... you're wondering why I just fell? It's because I forgot what button it was to hover. Hover's the Z button, not the B button. It's been a week since I played this game. I'm gonna run out of crystals. Can I get them anywhere? Do any of these guys give me crystals back? Nobody, I think. Maybe Cranky would? I'd hit that too, actually, but I want to get these first. Can't fucking see, buddy. Diddy. Camera, chill. Oh, nice. If you're wondering why that bullshit happened, why I was like spinning in circles, the camera object hit the wall, which meant that I started spinning because the camera wanted to get away from the wall. All right, we have every, oh god, again, we have every blueprint. Yep. So blueprints are done. It's just bananas. I think Diddy has the most, or he did. Is it DK now? I got a lot of bananas for Diddy randomly. I don't know where. All right, are these for everything but Diddy, or is Diddy included? Diddy is included. You know what's funny thinking about it? This game came out around the same time, not the same time, but around the same time as Sonic Underground. And the reason I say that is specifically because it's the same CD or the same music instrument that Sonic has. Which one's one? Hi, Caleb. This one. This looks like 2. That looks like 5, not 4. This one was 3, right? Yeah. This has to be 4. How are you doing though, Caleb? You're doing phenomenal. I'm doing A-okay. Keyword A-okay. Life moves on. Life goes fast. You should not dwell on things as much as I'm an overthinker, and do not follow my own advice. Alright, Diddy's done. I just need 5 bananas, so I probably should run around finding them. Yeah. But how are you doing, Caleb? Order D&D and local library? Ooh, nice. I wish my local library did things like that. I don't live in a place big enough to have, like, gamer things. My place is very rural. Alright, I need bananas. Guys, help me find a singular bundle of bananas. This is the most annoying part of a collectathon, when you're missing one singular fucking thing and you need to find it. In this case, it's one particular color-coded thing. Just make sure they're not somewhere randomly in the sky. Let's check over here. It's not a balloon, it's an actual bundle because I'm only missing 5. Especially if it can be anywhere in the level. Exactly, it can be literally anywhere in this stage. I don't think I've seen it either, which is the worst, the second worst part. Because like I would have remembered if there was just a random bundle of 5 that like I just missed somewhere. There's that, which is not a bundle, just coins. Checked most of the water, not all. Let's go back to the beginning. No, this is the beginning already. The beginning was lanky, so this is not gonna have anything. Again, I'm just gonna go every area that Diddy can reach just to cross things off the list. Like, oh, it's definitely not here. Oh, ads as well. Okay, ready, guys. See you in a minute. Just like, I might have missed it in like a Diddy centric area. There's just like the smallest chance that I did that. It's not here. I've done all this already. There is a small chance it is on that castle because that castle has 4 Diddy coins. There's a chance there's a bundle of bananas up there that I don't know about. There is not. Good to check though. Very good to check. I'm pretty sure this game is high enough draw distance that I would be able to see the bananas if they were spawned in on camera, that is. Boink. I've already been here. This is the chunky thing, yeah. Where the hell else do I go? I'm kind of stuck here. Where the hell is the other areas? Oh fuck. This way. Because this area is bigger than this, but where the fuck am I missing? Ah, through here. Okay, any red around here? I fell because the camera started spinning. What? Oh, where could you be? Where could you be? Let me enter these Diddy only areas again, just to cross it off the list. I know these are here, but these shouldn't count for anything. This just had regular bananas, not a bundle, so it should be fine. Which, by the way, I'm saying it incorrectly. I'm saying bundles, but did you know that a bundle of 4 or 5 bananas is actually called a hand? Like your hand. It's called a hand of bananas. And if you're asking why, how many fingers do you have? 5. How many bananas are in what you consider a bunch? 5. Did I just miss one here? No. Behind something, maybe? So that's your fun fact of the day that you could tell people. Oh, this is gonna suck. Let me just start flying, just in case there's something up here. Spin the camera, no red. All back down. Oh, it's gonna be in just the most random bullshit location that Diddy can technically teleport to. Like, it's probably in the water, let's be real. Shit's probably in the water and I just need to start swimming. I just need to pull a Finding Dory, just keep swimming. By the way, I never actually watched Finding Dory. I don't know why. I wasn't interested in that sequel. Where are my red bananas at? There's no banana radar here, I'm upset. Does anybody know where they could be? I will take the most bullshit out of your ass answer and trust you. Just here in the air. It fucking is. Oh, these weren't loaded earlier. In my head, I'm like, is it just in the fucking air in this area where Diddy had to fly across? Sure enough, it did, and it was. I'm so glad I just took the bullshit of like, is it just in the sky somewhere because Diddy can fly? Sure enough, it fucking is. Wait, hang on. I need to turn off my blue light filter. I always forget that shit turns on during the stream. I don't like the color of my games changing while I play them. Okay. Where's the barrel again? This way. We got him! But let's go chunky lanky DK. Yeah. Wait, am I done with Tiny? No, Tiny's missing one small section for herself. It's a section that has probably either three bunches or a balloon and a bunch for her banana. Where is her last one, by the way? Fuck you. I don't know where it could be. What is this? Oh no. I have to protect him. Oh, it's you, you motherfucker from Fungi Forest. I should let this guy fucking burn and die. But he gives me a banana, so it's worth it. Yippee! Gee, thanks, Chunky. Don't worry about me now. I've got things well under control. Give me my banana, motherfucker. Yeah. Almost shot it. There we go. He's done. He still needs a banana though somewhere. What the fuck? Oh my god. What am I missing for him? Huh? Whatever. Let's keep going through this igloo. It's time for Lanky. What's this now? Boink. Is there inflation anywhere for him? Is this actually a fucking platforming challenge for Lanky? It's not. Please tell me there's... Oh, thank God there's inflation. That's not a line I thought I'd ever say, but thank God there's inflation in this section. I missed. Don't fall, motherfucker. Why are you sliding? Up, up, and away. You know what I want to watch recently? Just because I keep seeing clips of it. Fucking Spider-Man. Like OG Spider-Man. What the fuck happened there? Nice shot, me. Thanks, me. Alright, he's done minus one blue balloon somewhere. I assume it's a blue balloon because it's 10 banana. It's not here though, right? Not behind me or something? Banana. Oh, I'm getting tired. Ugh. Like I said, for some reason I didn't fall asleep, or I didn't sleep at all. I woke up at 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. and then I stayed awake. I'm just tired. I'm eepy. How many more bananas did DK need? Way too many. 27. Jesus Christ. There's a whole fucking section I'm missing, isn't there? What the fuck? Oh, there's a balloon up there. I see what they want from me. Nope. You motherfucker, you're gonna die. Give me my health back. Oh, good shot, me. What is the entrance to this thing here? Here. Oh my good golly god. Who the fuck came up with this bullshit? It's 3 hits and I die. I know what's happening, by the way. I just fucked up. I know exactly what's happening in this. If you want to know what the answer is, it's kill these motherfuckers, I bet. Is it not? Is it just take my time? I hate this. I fucking hate this. Oh, thank God, it's actually easy. I have to go out too? What the fuck kind of bullshit is this? It's somehow not as bad going out than in. I'm glad this stage is over. You'd have thought they would have given me an invincibility considering the 3 hits and I fucking die. Alright, oh my god, what am I missing? 5 bananas for you. So 1 balloon, 3 bunches, and another bunch, maybe? Maybe 2 balloons and 2 bunches, potentially? Oh god, it's time to look around. Plus, I think Dixie still needs, or Tiny still needs 1 banana. Tiny and Chunky. Oh shit. Fuck. I have no idea where this could be. I need to change Kongs and just look around as 1 in particular. Banana. Yes, Marissa. I will try this area. I'm pretty sure I've been in there, but maybe there's something new in there. Maybe I needed the warp power up that I didn't have before. I don't know. I have 0 idea. I've done this one. So teleport out. That way I don't waste any crystals. Banana. Fuck. I'm sorry for yawning. I'm not getting tired of this game or anything. I'm legitimately just fucking exhausted. That's the chunky area that I did already. Just the beginning of the stage. Snide, so no. There's that there, but that doesn't give me anything. It's just coins. This is the beginning. I have done as well. Where could you be? That's going back to the other spot. There's an entire section I'm missing because it's missing bananas and a golden banana for 2 people. There's nothing there, right? It's literally just the 2 coins. 2 coins in the shape of a pair of balls. What the hell could I be missing? That's the teleporter that Diddy wanted. Not that he himself needed. Or she herself. Double check this area. Did I just miss something? Was there like a second area in here? Did I miss anything? Does not appear to be. Nothing here, okay. Oh, buddy. This might end up being something that I go on Google for, just because I'm legitimately out of options, I think. Like, I've explored everywhere that I can think of. And there's just like a tiny section I'm missing. Which is fitting, because I'm missing a section for tiny. What's over here? Like, I see that. You motherfucker. Oh, you bitch. Nah, you don't get to do that. And twice and live to tell the tale. Alright, I'm officially lost. As in, where this final thing could be. Okay. I've done well without a guide. Time to just figure out what the hell am I fucking missing. Ugh. Huh. There's a giant question mark I have here. And by that I mean... I feel like I did this. And if I didn't, it's my fucking half-asleep brain that just fucking missed. Okay, we'll see. Oh god, what? I don't know where I'm going teleporter-wise, but I know where I'm going. Two gets me out of here. I think it's literally this teleporter. Number one. Number one. Here? Did I never do hers? Did I never do Tiny's? Was I stupid? Did I just pull a little... I just pulled a little stupid. Silly old me, I just pulled a little stupid. Apologies, tired brain hit. How did that miss? How did that one technically miss? I was just a little stupid, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Does that mean I didn't do Chunky here? Is that what also happened? Let me check. Did I just somehow not do that? I feel like Chunky I did do. That's all I'm missing is his banana, right? Oh my god. Oh no, I'm missing... Oh no, I'm missing random ass bananas too. Oh god. Ah, this is gonna suck. Pretty sure I did this one, but I can double check. Yes, I did this one. Let me fucking double check again. Oh my god. Oh. Stretching. Okay. What I'm missing. Oh, thank you, Rage. I really need to hydrate, actually. Because I haven't slept, I feel just very dehydrated. Anyway. I think I know what I'm missing for Chunky. It's something back in the beginning that I realized I found but never did. If you remember, I've been in this room today like 3 times and I thought I'd already done it. The answer was I didn't actually do this because I never had this power up until I entered this area. We're done, banana wise. Oh, now I need... Whoa, a lanky balloon? Oh my god, a lanky balloon and a DK bunch? Where the fuck? Oh, it's time to play Needle in a Haystack, baby. My favorite minigame in any video game. Find the hay in the needle stack. Just like Sandy Cheeks wanted you to do. It's gotta just be somewhere random. I've been doing a lot of shortcuts. Welcome back from the ads, by the way. I still need to fight the boss, too. I have an idea. Is it here? There's a chance that it's fucking here, and if it is, fuck, it's gonna be a pain in the ass to get. Oh my god, if it's here. I don't think it's here. I would have probably seen it by now. Just anywhere. I swear to God, I thought I missed. Fuck, I missed. Right at the end too, so I don't even know if that wasn't in it, that it wasn't there. I don't actually know that. Ah! By the way, that's like a giant shortcut. I'm already near the end. Motherfucker. Ugh. Something tells me if I can keep blasting up there, I'm not done? Question mark? Oh, I am done. There ain't nothing here. Okay, that's done. Good to know. Where else could you be? Not there. Or splat. I feel like I would have seen if there's random yellow and bananas in this area. Or even this area. Or even this area. That's where DK's blueprint was. What the fuck? He doesn't fire? Well, guess what? I do. So anyway, I started blasting it, and I'm missing because this guy has such weird attack patterns. Get the fuck out of here. Tried to hit me with a run at you attack. You can't do that shit. You're not a Keese from Zelda. Okay. Check in here. Oh, it definitely has to be here. I did not run around this entire area. Yep. I'm a little stupid. I'm just a little stupid. I'm sorry, guys. Now all we're missing is Lanky. DK, please. DK, please. You're too fat. Apparently, even Chunky can't get through this. Thank you. Alright. A banana for Lanky, I think, is what I'm missing. Not a banana, a balloon. Nothing for him here, so it shouldn't be here. There's a random balloon for him here, I guess? This waterfall had things for him. Is there a second one? Excuse me. Nice shot. He knocked me down 2 stories. Fuck you, motherfucker. Thought I saw something, but it's just the crystal wall. Oh. Okay. Was checking, nothing here. Checking the room. I like how it has a little as if the thing's like, you know, nose diving out of the sky. It kind of is if you think about it. Is it here? Oh, he's the one that's making that noise. Not here then. Hoopla. Not here. Not there. Not anywhere. Ba, 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 ba. Chat, be my ears and eyes. If there's a blue balloon, let me know. It might be 2 bundles as well, but I'm assuming it's a balloon because it's just 10. Hoopla. In here, maybe? Small chance, not a guarantee. Did I see something up there? Oh, it's the bats that I saw. Check in here. Maybe there's a second balloon in here. I already found a balloon in here. Maybe there's a second one. See anything moving? I see nothing. Nothing, I tell you. I said nothing. Okay. Kill him so I can look around. I feel like there's gonna be a balloon just in some random ass area that's not a like a chunky area. Or sorry, lanky area. There's always something like that. Oh, this is gonna tilt me if I don't find it. Ow. It's not here, right? Maybe number 4? Oh shit, is it number 4? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Is it number 4? Hold up. Brain blast. Is it once again the cult classic I am number 4 that gives me the answers that I seek? God, I hope that stupid reference is hitting, because there's random movies I know the name of, and I Am Number 4 is one of them, and I'm pretty sure I've never actually watched it. I've not seen that movie, neither have I. Pretty sure it's not good, but I just know the name. I almost hit it. Got it. Is it in here? It is not. Fuck. Boss X. You know what? Okay. Google time. Okay, there we go. There's a whole fucking list. Oh my lord. Okie dokie. I might not hit that one. Hang on. I think I know where it is. Okay, I think I know where it is. Okay. Funny enough, it's one area I haven't gone back into. Ugh, where the fuck am I going for it? Actually, I'm lost as in where this is. I've been here. I've gone. It's a place that has a golden banana. I don't know where it is. Oh god. Oh, help me, Jesus. Help me, Tom Cruise. It's not there. I've been there. Actually, hold on. It might be there. No. Ow, it's not. Oh god. I'm falling asleep over here, man. In like a good way. I'm cozy. I know where it is now. I know where it is. It's the only area I've not gone back to. I mean, I was just like, I was silent for like 15 seconds because I was quite literally racking my brain for where this thing could be. Doink. Hopla. Here, motherfucker. I think it's specifically this entrance too. Yes, found it. Where the fuck is it? We're almost done, boys and girls. Oh, we're done. We're good. 100, 104, 104, 104, 104. Oh. Oh, thank God, we're done. Thank the Lord in heaven. Now where the fuck do I go to get out of here? This way. That yawn. What's up with my yawn? Was it good? Was it a big yawn that shows that I'm tired? Hi. Anyway, hi, Solaris. What's up? How you doing? My left ear really liked that that particular waterfall sound. But how's your Thursday going? How's everybody's Thursday night going? Anybody got plans for the weekend? Oh, thank the Lord. Now we just go for the boss. As for who fights this one, I don't know. Was it 350? Oh, that's easy. Not sure yet? Go watch the Mario movie then. Maybe. Sorry, I was pretending to be this motherfucker. Oh my god. 40 stream streak. Did you not like the chewing ASMR? I apologize for doing it impromptu. I just got an email from Pokemon saying that that you can now sign up for interest, keyword interest, not tickets, to Pokemon Worlds and the new Pokemon experience. Not a fan of chewing ASMR, neither am I. So I apologize. I don't mind, like, you know, whisper talking and like the breathing stuff that some people do, but like when people do like nom, 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 the mouth chewing stuff, like wait. Also, Solaris, what did you eat when you went out? Where'd you go? Was it a fancy restaurant or was it like a Denny's style? And by Denny's style, I mean like fast food, but not fast food. Cuban restaurant. Ooh. Oh, what did you get? DK. Okay. Did you get a Cubano? Excuse me. You're just slamming on buttons thinking things will help. Oh, this guy's strong. This motherfucker's strong. Look at him. Oh, it's Armadillo again. Go for Cuban pork sandwich. Yeah, Cubano. Hell yeah. Where it's like flattened to fucking pulp. Hang on, that was loud. Chicken breast side of arroz con moro. Ooh, and fries. Ooh, baby. You gotta take me out sometime. God damn, that sounds amazing. By the way, this boss is crazy because he just fucking electrocutes himself. That's kind of nuts. What the fuck is this? Oh god, not rockets. Oh god, it's Artemis too. By the way, did anybody look at the NASA launch yesterday? I forgot to. I just straight up forgot that it was gonna happen. Like, I always try to watch those things because like they're actually really cool. Like just watching a launch. Didn't get a chance to? Yeah, it's fine. I understand. Didn't even know it was a thing until today. Yeah, I knew it was a thing on Tuesday. I just forgot. Like, you know what's crazy? Back in the day, watching a a space launch was like crazy, as in like people would sit down and like watch it as a family back in like the 50s, right? Call me when we land there again. That's fair. Well, I think we're not actually landing there though. If I recall, we're not actually landing on the moon. We're like slingshotting around it. Yeah. Yeah, we're just doing like an orbital flight. Yeah, space drive-by. Perfect way to think about it. Also, you know what's crazy? It took us 60 extra years before we landed on, or after we landed on the moon, to go back. That's fucking crazy, considering how much like technology has advanced, let alone computers. Oh god, a fucking missile. Holy fuck. It's a doomsday machine. Would funding be to blame? I think so. Because I know NASA's been slowly being... Oh, Lord have mercy. I know NASA's been slowly being defunded, unfortunately. And he's dead. Fuck you, Armadillo. Donkey Kong. Okay. Now, the question I have, by the way. You replaced by SpaceX, yeah. Maybe not anymore because Trump hates Elon. I have a question as well. I'm missing bananas on the DK Isles. I'm missing a blueprint. Where the fuck do I find these people at? 2 bananas for Diddy, a banana for Lanky, 3 bananas for Tiny, 2 for Chunky. Where the fuck is his blueprint at? What the hell? Alright, you know what? I'm Googling just his blueprint. I'm genuinely curious. Just because I want to know. Banana. I see where his splat is. I'm missing so many tiny bananas. Where are they? Oh, found one. What the fuck? This is actually... Oh my god. I saw this ages ago, and I thought it was not possible to get, by the way. Hang the fuck on. I thought I was stupid. Turns out, I still am stupid, just in a different way. I pressed the wrong button. Ugh. I'm sorry, guys. I used to call myself smart. I'm actually the stupidest motherfucker alive. It's actually this, by the way. What's funny is, again, I saw this thing since I got to Angry Aztec. I just fucking missed.
Welcome to bonus
Big
stage.
Bug Bash. It's the motherfucking Mario Paint minigame. Swat the flies. How did that miss? How did that one hit? I don't question the hitboxes. I just take them. Oh, you motherfuckers. If you don't hit them immediately, they just start spinning and shit. How did that one miss?
Well done.
Got him. Anyway, welcome back from the ads. That's 2. I know where Donkey's Curse Splat is, by the way, and it's at the end of the game. So we're almost done. As in for him. I just need to get to the hideout helm, I think it's called, at the end. Oh wait, there's one more entire world, by the way. Hideout helm, I just thought about it. Oh lord, there's a whole nother level. I thought I was almost done. Oh no. My brain just like imploded on itself. Then again, yeah, that makes sense. 7 levels, 25 bananas each, 175. And then 25 here in the overworld. Oh, I got this one already. Good to know. What the fuck? What other one am I... What? Wait. Oh, I see. Okay. This game never ends. This game will never end for me. Sorry, I got so confused. How many fairies do I have? How the fuck can I check that? How the fuck can I check fairies? What the fuck? Alright, let my ass in here. How do I check fairies? Is it just get my ass in here? Also, how do you like my vocal stems? Because I do actually say hub when I'm like flabbergasted a lot. They're cute. Thank you. How do I know when I have every fairy? Will the fairies tell me? You found us all! Sorry, I'm honestly, the reason why I have these like vocal stems, like not even kidding you. I'm not funny, so I just say random noises to pretend that I'm funny. So there's a teleporter here that I'm missing. What do you mean they're not funny? I don't know. I don't think I'm funny. I think I'm just kind of annoying at times. There you are. Power I just learned in this previous stage. There's another fairy. What? Did I say something weird? You don't find you annoying? Well, that's at least a couple of you guys. Nice flick. I don't know if I'm at 20 yet. If I started with 15 crystals, am I at, or 20 crystals, am I at 15 fairies? Nice bananas. The fuck? Wait, what? It was a double, like, thing? You guys wanna know where Tiny's final banana is? It's over here. Miss, don't. Oh my god, I was so scared that I was gonna land on something. But it's something I think. I don't think anybody's called me annoying. Not that I can think of. Like, there's probably people that think it. Maybe I haven't said it, but people that probably think it. Oh my god. Motherfucker came out swinging. Like the Offspring song, come out swinging. No timer, please. Thank you. Brain worms are a terrible thing. Yeah. The only real brain worm I have is excuse me, need to be tiny, I guess. Like, I've recently lost a couple of people, like a couple of friendships from people that I thought were like good friends. And part of their reasoning was I wasn't supportive enough. Which, like, that one, like that, like if you tell me something like that, like I genuinely get hurt, because like that's like the one thing I think I have in a friendship is like I'll double down and tell you you're fucking awesome, even if you don't think so. Banana. Okay, that's her last banana. But with that happening, I also noticed that a couple of people around them that were not my friends but friendly with have also just like disappeared. I think some of them have even blocked me on like social medias, which I don't care about. I'm just like, the fuck did I do? Like, that's where the brain worms come in, where I'm like, I can't think of a logical reason for anything like that to happen. Like, the fuck did I do to these people? Like, like, you guys can probably tell I'm a person of logic. Like, if something makes sense, fuck, okay, I'll agree to it. If something don't make sense, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, explain to me your reasoning as to why something's happening. I realize where a lanky banana is, by the way. What is... Oh, this is for the giant X marks the spot, I guarantee it. Right? Yeah. Hi, Pecunia, welcome in. Happy Thursday, happy Thursday, thirsty Thursday, Thursday, timeless Thursday, whatever you want to call it. This real online live stuff? Mixture of both. Big wagon, maybe. 8 feet tall at least. It actually happened to 2 different friends slash friend groups that I was a part of. One online, one real life. Glad I skipped 6. Oh, thank God, Pecunia. Thank you very much. Thank you for the 1 week's worth of streams. Well, yeah, no. It's just, yeah. The most recent one was a friend online. Just out of nowhere disappeared. And then the people around them started disappearing. Some of them used to come to my streams. But ever since then I've noticed I've dropped followers specifically because of them. Not that I keep track of that, it's just I just notice things, right? When I see names just disappear, you know? And then a couple of them just straight up like block me on Twitch. I'm like, motherfucker, I'm not gonna watch your Twitch channels. You guys don't even stream. So it's like, I don't know. Where the fuck is Chunky's last banana? Yeah, people are dumb. But that's what gets the brainwash for me personally. Okay, so I have Chunky all done. Who's missing? Diddy, I believe I need some with. Where the fuck are these? Why are people so dumb here? Terrific? I don't know. Thanks for the head pat, by the way. I think people just have a narrative in their head that I like how Hose just keeps getting caught. That they want to have their friends believe. And that's the reason why I'm not saying names, because I don't want anybody to think like if they ever see them around to like ask questions or something. Where's Snide's HQ in this? The fuck? Where am I going? Yeah, I cosplay as Santa to get past Automat? You can. Oh, it's here. What the hell's up here? Yeah, no. Apparently I wasn't a good enough friend for some people, and that caused them to not like me, resent me, whatever you want to call it. Mixture of both, maybe? Like, I don't want to focus on that. It's too negative, but it's just what's happening. Where is Snide's HQ in this area, actually? Well, probably don't worry about it. Like, honestly speaking, like, if you know who I'm friends with, like, online or offline, it's pretty obvious. Transition. But I won't say more beyond that. And nobody start asking for names. Nobody start trying to guess, because fuck you guys. Y'all, you probably won't be right. And even if you are, I'm not gonna fucking say so. I refuse to be one of those drama streamers. Doink. Where the fuck is Snide's HQ at? Like, actually, where the fuck is Snide's HQ in DK Isles? I'm so confused. Where the fuck? Like, this seems like, oh, it's in Snide's HQ. The fuck, where? Bah. Bah. I'm so confused. Where the fuck is he? Snide, you fat fuck, where are you? Haven't I been missing? Two. I think I've got both of them that are in here. I think anyway, hang on. Wee! What? Oh. By the way, for those of you guys that have watched most of this game, what do you guys think? Do you guys think it's good? Do you guys think it's bad? Am I making it entertaining? What do you guys think? I knew it. So that's one. I think I know where the second one is. I know this one. See, it is good. It's just the annoying part is the Kong switching. Like, the game itself looks fine. A little janky. But like, what Nintendo 64 game isn't janky? That may be like entirely real about that. Reload! This is the black sheep of the Donkey Kong games? I mean, yeah, because I mean, it's not... It's the only game that's not a, fuck. It's the only game that's not a 3D game before Bonanza came along. Right? This is the only game that's not 3D. Is DK's Barrel Blast 3D? Speaking of, yeah, is DK's Barrel Blast 3D? Does anybody know this? Or not, sorry, not Barrel Blast. Oh, what's the fucking name of that game? Bongo Bonanza, I think. Which was the one where you have the bongo controller switch? Hi, Ornix. Donkey Konga, that's right. I was like, it's a simple name. How am I forgetting? Yeah, that game was 3D, wasn't it? But like, it was also a gimmick game, so it's kind of different. Oh, there's different too. Stim. 3D in a 2D platformer? Oh, okay. So not exactly. But anyway, Ornix, how you doing? I used to think Diddy Kong's theme here was so cool. It's actually kind of repetitive, but it's the guitar is pretty cool. Also, I found a use for a certain barrel. Yo, tummy pain? Oh, I hope you're drinking some like milk or Pepto or something. Carbonated soda. Sorry, by carbonated water, as in like soda water. Racing game, some kind of bongos go faster than others. Is it really? I thought it was like kind of like Donkey Kong Country, but in 3D. It's like a speedrun type game. Is that really what it is? Is Donkey Kong the one I'm thinking of? It might not be the one I'm thinking of then. Because the one I'm thinking of, like it basically functions like Donkey Kong Country Returns. Like is it still that same gameplay loop? It's weird. I've seen someone play it. And apparently the controls are extremely jank because not only does it function off tapping the bongo, it also functions off clapping, which sometimes if you're streaming it and you're just talking loud enough, it's, I think Jungle Beat's the one I'm thinking of. Okay, that's not a switch to slam, it's just a switch to hit. But yeah, I think Jungle Beat's the one I'm thinking of. Did I hit him by accident? I'm sorry, dude. Yeah, I think Donkey Kong is not the one I'm thinking of. No, that's his last one. Hi Fudge, also get ready to hop with me. Jungle Beat's one for the Wii. I think that's the one I'm thinking of, where it's like Donkey Kong Country Returns, but just with the bongos. Right? I'm thinking of the right game, right? We got streams earlier this week. Sorry, Fudge, if you wanted to be here for most of it. The VOD will still be there. I'm also starting to post the VODs on YouTube, in case you don't want to deal with Twitch's kind of bad archiving system, plus the fact that they don't archive for affiliates for more than, I think, 90 days. So like if you missed this stream or if you missed anything from last week, I'm posting them I think every other day. That way I don't like flood people that are like actually subscribed to me. Plus, because I only stream 3 days a week, if I post them every other day, I essentially have a full week's of content. Where am I going? Chunky. Hello? Hello? Where's Chunky's final thing at? Chunky. Oh, I know where it is. But. Alright, so both of the final bananas in the DK Isles are actually in Hideout Helm. Where's Hideout Helm at again? Where the fuck? Up, I think. But anyway, Fudge, how are you doing? How's your Thursday? I'm assuming you just got out of work? Bye. Pretty sure the same guy that recommended it. Yeah, Rare. Very much. I think this was one of Rareware's last games before they got bought out by Microsoft, is it not? I don't think this was the last game. I think Conker's Bad Fur Day might have been their last game. Depending on, I forget which one released first. Arrow left to work. Oh no, I'm sorry, Fetch. I actually might stop here pretty soon. It was, oh, Starbucks Adventures was the last game? Oh. Yeah, I guess that is a Rare game. You're right. You're right. That is a first party Rareware Nintendo game. It's here, right? Also, I haven't played Starbucks Adventures in probably 10, 15 years. Oh, this this is Frantic Factory. Where the fuck is the final area at? I already forgot how to get to the final fucking thing. Oh my god. Here. Profanity. Yeah, sorry, I swear sometimes. I try not to swear like a sailor, but every now and then I'm like a tiny bit frustrated about something, like where the, like, you know, instead of saying where the hell, I say where the fuck. Like, I swear from time to time, but I try not to. I'm not trying to be like family friendly or something, because this is why you're a stinky dragon. I don't, huh? I don't smell. I shower almost every day. You need to get banned for that. The fuck? Oh, this was where the thing I thought for Diddy was gonna be. Yeah, up here. Darn it, no sniffing. Don't you dare. I smell like charcoal and flowers. Bad combo. It's there. Ugh. Stinky in a good way. Oh, my musk. Sorry, my pheromones. Musk is mostly a male thing. Should be this, right? Yeah. You bitch. Wait, this isn't the hideout helm lobby, is it? What stage is this then? Oh yeah. Hang on. What stuff do I use to shower? 1 second. Hang on. I'm confused. Creepy Castle is where I am. How many levels are there? Is Creepy Castle the next one? Hideout Helm's the last stage. Okay. Okay, you're not thinking you're still a cutie between. No, I refuse. Anyway, what stuff do I use to shower? I mean, like, you know, body wash. Like, mostly just that. I thought, oh my god, I'm not done. There's 2 more levels left. Technically 1, but there's 2 more levels left. Let's get out of here before Fatso discovers that the colonists are recovering the blueprints to a stupid machine. That's so, is it? I'd choose your last words more carefully if I were you. What's that? Who's there? Peekaboo. I see you. Any last requests? Okay, rules the stinky one. Nearly there. I'm almost safe. I think not. Oh god, a big boy. What brand that I should have said? Honestly, I have a lot of trouble with like itchy skin / dandruff. So like what I use for my hair specifically is a brand called Selsun Blue, which uses some like medical grade stuff, and it helps fairly well, but not like perfectly well. And then for the body wash, just like some Dove thing. I forget exactly. I tried native before. Isn't that like the organic brand, right? Like the native brand? Oh shit, I missed. Use boy kisser. Boy kisser body wash. Shut up, Ornix. Fuck. What if I am a boy kisser? What the fuck? What are you gonna do about it? I'm a boy and a girl kisser, which is a lot more than some people could be. But yeah, is it native like all natural? No like all natural ingredients basically. Make you shut up. I don't make anybody do anything except subscribe, so pay up, motherfucker. Pay up. $5.99 right now. Joke's on you. I don't have money. God damn. Well, shit. Checkmate. Shampoo and condition my hair because I have itchy scalp too. Oh, maybe I should try it actually. Yeah. I'll try it next time I run out. Nice shot, me. Right, guys? It was a nice shot. Like I've recently stopped using like soap, like brand name soap. I mean, they also call those tea tree stuff. Oh, I know what I'm doing here. Rock and shoe while I cast testicular torsion. Get fucked, buddy. Is this missing? Can I zoom in? OGX Accost Smoochy Woochie. Huh? Is there no way to zoom in? Hang on. Is there an ability I'm missing? Is there, or is there not, an ability that I'm missing? Fuck! There is. I could tell because my coconut gun was not going full distance. There's a sniper upgrade in this stage. So this area is officially worthless for me. Hydrate, okay. Ugh. Meow. You know, there's an animation I got done like a month ago that I still haven't put on stream because I have no idea what to do with it. Like, I got it because it was cool. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. I'm cool? Nah, I'm not cool. I'm the opposite of cool. What's the word? Oh yeah, hot. What is it? It's a very simple dance animation. I was thinking maybe I'd put it for my raid alert, but nobody ever raids, so we never see it. I don't even raid people, so it's kind of rude to assume they would raid me. It was really beautiful today. Thank you. I haven't slept. Those bags under my eyes, that's not makeup. Use more dancing emotes. I don't think I can put it as an emote. It's too big. And I think I only got it as an MP4, not as a GIF. That's what she said. Aurora Bunny Alice, that's an amazing name, by the way. Holy fuck, welcome in. How are you doing? Like, I love your name. How are you? How's your Thursday? Maybe Friday, depending on where you live. Thursday still okay. I just know I do attract a small number of European / Australian of all people viewers. Anyway, how are you doing? Welcome in. How was your Thursday? What brings you in? Is it the Donkey Kong? Week from today is when you're on E. Ooh, congrats. I wasn't paying attention because I was too busy congratulating you. That's wonderful. I have not yet made that transition yet. Ornix, if you don't know what E is, it is the drug that allows people to transition to female. Sorry, not drug, hormone. Apologies. I say drug just because it's like anytime I imagine you taking something, I'm like, oh yeah, it's a drug. No, hormone. I do not want to mislabel things. I like how you type estrogen in exclamation points, just like you were in like a class doing like a. You were like a class doing like a Jeopardy thing, and you just like screamed out because you remembered it. Transgender hormones. I hope she does. Are you flirting with me? Because the answer to that is not on stream. Thank you very much. I know it's a joke. I am married. You are married. I am sorry to you and your partner. Forgive me for my transgressions. Yeah. Anyway, how long you been married? Is it 6 years? 7 years? Sorry, I just wanted to say a stupid fucking Zoomer meme for once in my life. I smell like a pickle. Listen, just because you want me to tickle yours doesn't mean I'm gonna start smelling like it now. Come on. Sorry. I just thought of that stupid oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna say it. You guys are gonna hit me with the huh. And I'm gonna have to fucking live with this. You guys ready? When I was a kid, and by kid I mean middle schooler, middle school into high school, there was this joke running around. I don't know if you guys ever heard it, but I have heard it, and it's it's essentially how do you say it? It's essentially like gay talk between people. And it was you with your buddy would say, I'll give you a nickel if you tickle my pickle. And the response to that is, I'll pay you a dime if you take your time. By the way, this is what switches I have to push. Heard that before back. Yeah, exactly. Yes! I'm glad I'm not just spewing things out of my ass. Yes! Oh, thank God you guys did not just be like, what the fuck? I've never heard of that. Just like that motherfucker last week that was like, what the fuck is hump day? I'm like, it's a common phrase, bitch. What the fuck? Huh? Excuse me? What? Ren the Boomer? I am pretty old. I was called a boomer for knowing the word hump day. Is it 1, 2, 3? Is this how to do it? Looks like it. Okay. Have to be a kid if someone doesn't like jokes. I think they were just someone that tries to rage bait. Well, the mod version of that's $20 is $20. Yeah, pretty similar. I still think it's funnier to say tickle your pickle and take your time. I still think that's a lot. I think that's a lot funnier than $20 is $20. That's not that funny. Not to me, anyway. Welcome to bonus stage. Survive the ghost train, like 25 coins. Got it. It's probably gonna be a pain in the fucking ass. Resident Demon. What happens if I give you 5 nickels? I guess I'd have to tickle 5 pickles? Right? Isn't that how that works? That's it. I'm grabbing me wallet. That just reminds me of... That's almost sounded like Courage the Cowardly Dog. Where it's like, that's it. I'm getting me mallet. Fuck you. I wasn't prepared. It was 50 coins, right? You bitch. I'm losing chat. That's what I was referring to. The mustache was so much trauma at its finest. Oh, is that what you're referencing? Yeah, I haven't seen Courage in a long time. But yeah, it was a good show with a lot of crazy horror for being a quote-unquote kids show. Return the slab. Huh? What's your offer? Return the slab or face my curse. Wanna watch Invader Zim again? It recently hit like 26 years or something odd, some number like that. Like, you know how a bunch of people are like, no birthdays of certain shows. That was one of them that was recent. What the fuck was that? I failed. I just realized I'm going backwards now. Motherfucker, there's no coins! God, this sucks ass. Holy shit, this thing is long. and it's a pain in the ass. Oh my god. I am starting this over because I know I don't have enough coins. It was 25. Fuck. No, I had it. I actually had it. I had enough coins. Oh no. I forgot the number and it punished me for it. It's fine. Now I remember. The original Ben 10 is 20 years old now. I believe that. Bitch, that was actually a wombo combo for me. Ben was a real person, he'd be turning 30. That'd be fun. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Also, was Ben 10 actually 10 years old? I personally thought his name was Ben 10 because he had quote-unquote 10 transformations. He's actually a 10-year-old? Okay, fair enough. His last name is Tennyson. I do actually know that, even though I never watched the show. Aren't people weird with his sister of all things? Like, I'm not gonna say more than that, but aren't people like really weird about her? Yeah, wasn't it because he had 10 aliens too, but then the show gave him more than 10? Right? Am I wrong? Shit, I didn't think that was a barrier. How did that miss me? You know what show I want to watch again? Like, I really want to watch again because I only ever watched it on its original air date. Or, sorry, like airing time. Danny Phantom. Because that show is fucking good. Like, even watching like random Twitter clips that people post, like random 1-minute Twitter clips from, like, you know, the later half of the season of the series, but still the series. Like, oh god, the fucking voice acting, the characterization, the villain there, it's so fucking good. That show was actually so fucking peak. And if you don't believe me, you just never watched it. You know, would you guys be down for that being like a stream watch along? Also, there's a thing for goth girls. I feel like there was a handful of characters around that era of animation that were a lot of people's like either Bi Awakening or Goth Awakening. Sam was one, Raven was another, and then I never watched the show, so I don't know the character. Whatever the girl's name is from Total Drama Island, I think. And then there's a fourth one that I don't remember. Shigo, I think, as well. Yeah. Yeah, I think Shigo's the other one. Gwen that's from Total Drama, right? I think that's the one I'm thinking of that I just didn't know her name. But yeah, like that's like most people's quote unquote I love goth awakening or bi awakening if they are of the female gender that were not bi or gay by that point. Oh, Baba, I died. DK's fucking dead. There's another show? Ah, fuck. I feel like I remember that show, though, I'll be honest. Like, I feel like when Total Drama was a thing, they just, like, went ham on, like, the show style and everything. Was Total Drama Island the one that was actually behaving like Survivor, like where they actually essentially created the series with multiple different like outcomes based on what region was being aired in, right? Total from Canada. I never watched Total Drama, so again, I don't know that. I wouldn't know that. But it makes sense if they're all from Canadian provinces and areas that the show is from Canada. That would make sense. Because yeah, if I remember, isn't the winner of Total Drama different across like multiple different like regions that it was airing in? At least for the finale. Like I think all the episodes up until the finale were probably like the same. I feel like I remember that at least the finale was actually based on like human input. Yeah, because Gwen won in one and Owen won in the other. Yeah, so I think legitimately, just depending on what your specific region voted on is the episode that you got. That being said, hang on, I gotta use the restroom. I will be back. I'm not gonna stop. I actually woke up because of this conversation. But give me a second. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Okay, I'm here. Sorry about the delay. I had to do a quick run around my house for security purposes. Because I'm the main person taking care of the house while my family's out of town. I just want to make sure that everything was locked, everything was good. For safety. I don't trust people. Welcome back, thank you. Let me know how the volume is again. It should be the same, but just in case something changed, let me know. But yeah, we'll probably stream for another 30-45 minutes. This conversation like stimulated me enough to where I kind of woke up. That's why I'm like, I'm gonna use the restroom that way and keep streaming, because a lot of times when I have to use the restroom like near the tail end of the stream, I'm just like, you know what, I'm just gonna call the stream a little early, and then you go use, you know, go relax, maybe take a quick shower. Uno. Oh shit, what's the password? It's not, that's not right. Is this actually right? Oh, it is. Okay, we're good. I thought there was a password, not just press them in order. I'm dying. Mama Huevo, what the fuck? Iron Mouse, where are you? Sorry, the only person I hear say that fucking word is is Iron Mouse. So we're done here. Next is Chunky, I believe. You know what's weird? This place has multiple teleporters. Because this area has its own teleporter, and then the outside also has its own teleporter. It's kind of interesting. I have to find Funky because I need to get the sniper power up. It's a pretty common Spanish word for the Caribbean. Really? I don't think that's true, honestly. Or do you mean like in that area? Oh, there's Funky. Perfect. Maybe you're thinking in the area, which is potentially true. Also, it's not April Fools anymore. You don't need to tell me. You don't need to tell me lies if you don't believe them. You bitch. No, that's what I've been told. Yeah, I actually believe it. Not wrong. Not at all. It's gonna be a timer, and probably a pretty tight one. I'll throw you. You cannot throw me. I am 8 feet tall, probably like 300 pounds of raw dragon. I actually don't know what I want to call my character's weight. Motherfucker! Because I don't know what a good weight is for like a dragon. Probably like 300 pounds if they're 8 feet tall, right? Big and strong. What am I in the dragon Ross? Shut up! Save that for tomorrow. It's Thursday, not. I guess it is Thirsty Thursday. Never mind. Carry on. Could be Freaky Friday, and I'll talk about the movie. Neither am I. I never actually watched the movie Freaky Friday. I just know the concept. Nice shot, mate. Banana. Ah, what the fuck? Oh, he's dancing while he's swinging, baby. And we get the fuck back out. Not that way. Lanky, you bitch, you fucking... It's fine. He killed himself. Riposo, pretty much. If you're wondering why that happened, the ropes are kind of jank in the sense that, if you're even on the downswing going one direction, you are absolutely jumping that way. I love this song, by the way. Give me the sniper! Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Just getting a sniper mode. You can see and shoot farther. And training mode, press right. Okay, right. Got it. Left to zoom out. Z to slow down movement. That's pretty cool. Let's test it up. Oh god. What? Look at how fast it is normally. And then hold Z. Oh, it's smooth like butter, baby. The balloon is purple, right? Yeah. Classic 3D rope physics. Kind of. I think it's just they don't expect you to press the button that fast. Anyway, you guys doing anything tonight? You guys having fun? You guys, I don't know, just hanging around, going to bed soon? This is not Half-Life 1 rope physics. I've never played Half-Life. That's probably just a game I should play. That'd be a fun first playthrough on this ring, don't you think? It'd also fit well with the the retro theme I have on my streams lately. Wait, I can't do this. I have to find Cranky? Thinking of kissing my girlfriend. Oh my god, you have a girlfriend? Oh lord, that's a naughty thing for you to do on a Thursday. On a school night, Ornix? Are you serious? So I can't do that until I get an upgraded butt slam? I don't know where I can do that, but there's apparently an upgraded butt slam for red. Is it Diddy that I'm missing? Chunky. I can do even naughtier. I don't know if you like FPS games or not. I traditionally don't like FPS games just because I suck at shooting. But like, I don't know. I feel like Half-Life's not really an FPS game, if you think about it that way. I don't like competitive FPS games. Let's just call it that. Like, I'll play Call of Duty, the story. I don't know how much I'd ever play Call of Duty online. Or first person shooters, that's my thing. I just can't really aim that well. Yeah, I feel like if you want like a list of things I probably won't play, horror games are probably at the top of the list. Like no FNAF, nothing like that. But Outlast, if it's classified as horror, the answer is probably not. Game isn't the greatest in the series in crossbar sniper. Yeah, it's fine. I don't mind jank. Like jank is fine. I'm literally playing like jank the game. Survival horror? Yeah, no, definitely not my thing. Uh-oh. I'm sorry. And by sorry, I mean I ain't sorry. Fucking die, bitches. Is there another banana here? Or was that just like a random bullshit that they're like, yeah, here's a fucking punishment for this? Really? There was nothing for doing that? Well, ain't that about a bitch? Sorry, I don't know where I get that specific phrase from. It's kind of funny though. Just, well, ain't that about a bitch? It's like a southern phrase, it sounds like. Right, it is southern, right? I just don't hear southern people swear all that much, so like it doesn't sound like it should be southern. I feel like southerners don't really swear that much, surprisingly. Like they curse, but they don't swear a lot. Oh wait, I got the sniper now. I should go back to DK. Back to DK and go back into the sewers. At least there's like a central hub, it seems like, in this level. Oh, they swear, trust me. It is, when you think of the South, you think of all these sweet people, God-fearing folk with so much as the Northeast. Sounds about right, yeah? I believe you. I don't live in the South, so I have no fucking idea. All I know is the people of the South think we people from California put avocado on everything. And the answer is to that is maybe just white people. Because like I'm Mexican and we use avocado for a lot, but we don't put it on everything. We just put it on meals that it actually belongs on. Why did it be chunky in here too? We think you Californians have soft hands. I mean, it's literally farm country for most of California, so it's not entirely soft hands. There's also, you know, a massive tech sector, sure. But like, there's a lot of farmers in California. We make a lot of produce. A lot of farmers and a lot of laborers. How did that miss? There we go. Way too late. UG Texas thinks they're the toughest ones out there. I mean, yeah. Texas has a reputation for thinking they're the toughest motherfuckers around. But they're not. They are tough, don't get me wrong. I don't think they're the toughest. I don't want this. A lot of Texas, a lot of small dick energy. I mean, it's literally because they're the whole, oh, I'm compensating for my penis with these giant fucking trucks. Everything is bigger in Texas except the dick size. Sorry. I like how there's a meme going around these days where it was like, name the biggest state in the United States, and people are like, Texas, and then people are like, boy, aren't you wrong? And then people are posting like, man, imagine being wrong about Texas not being the biggest state in the country. And then it's just rage baiting people to posting like Alaska. That didn't get her, really. Oh, that was her feet, motherfucker. How? Whoa. Smallest state is reliant. I think that's true, right? Yeah. Super tiny. Remember though, it has Quahog, so you know everybody there's a family guy. Sorry, was that a good joke? How did that one miss? I'll bite you. Sorry. I hate this fairy. Stop giggling at me. Finally. Even though that one did not feel like it should have hit. Gives me all my thing back, so we're good. How do I leave here? Back down here? Why are you gonna bite me? Was my joke not funny? Hmm? Excuse me. I think what I'm gonna do is become chunky, enter that one last time, and then maybe stop for the night. We're already at 4 hours. Good God, this stream has been going crazy. Because I just want to find... You can bite my ass, fucker. Sorry. That was a little rude. I apologize. I just wanted to act like Bart Simpson and say, eat my shorts. And then you behave like Bender in Futurama. And you'd be like, oh, sure. Can I become invisible here? Is that what's going on? Is there a chunky barrel somewhere here? Oh, it's right there. Oh no, that's not it. Oh, I have to snipe it because I think it's the sound that's triggering it. I think that's actually it. Because if you notice, walking noises, crinkling noises. Yeah, so I think it was a sound trigger. I love games that do something like that. I haven't seen mini games like that besides. Oh god, it's Beaver Bother. Fuck. Oh, this might take me the rest of the night. I got 9 out of 15. Fuck, man, that's not even close. Holy fuck, I'm gonna hate this. The other one was 10 and that was barely enough time. You know who else is Mexican? Mega Halucha. I mean, regular Halucha kind of is too. You hear his name? Halucha? Hawk Lucha? Hawk Tua Lucha? By the way, I still haven't played the Mega Dimensions DLC, which is kind of crazy. Because I paid for it and I still haven't played it. And I know there's a bunch of Megas they introduced in there, so I'm missing out on a lot of designs that I just haven't seen. Oh my god, get in the fucking hole. Get... Oh. Fuck. Did you say Hawk 2 was joke in 2026? Yeah, I did. You know why that's funny? Because people are fucking stupid and think 6-7 is funny, so I'm gonna bring back Hawk 2. I don't give a shit. This one might actually be impossible for me, by the way.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Get your ass in! Get in the fucking hole! God, I feel like I'm Happy Gilmore playing golf. Go to your home! Why are you too good for your home? Answer me! It's fine, I didn't finish it, but I got 11. That's not bad. I got better at the end, surprisingly.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Move! Get out of the fucking corner! No corner camping allowed in this video game. Guys, my beavers won't listen to me. Get in there! Stop straddling the hole! You get in there now! This one was fucking way worse. Mods, take away their bazongas. Mods, take off their titties. Get out of the fucking corner. No corner strats today, okay? We're not playing Zelda 2. Stop straddling the hole. Get your ass in. Get out of the corner. Get out. No corner enthusiast today. What's the word? Corner connoisseurs. None of that. Motherfucker. Oh, this is gonna piss me off in the sense that this game sucks. Get in! You motherfucker, you had one foot in the hole. Get your ass in. No, I said in. What the fuck, man? Some of these seem impossible in terms of how they react. I had 11 on my best attempt. I don't understand how they react to the scare, by the way. Because sometimes they go the way I want them to go, other times they just fuck off in the opposite direction. I fell, and that was actually a pretty good run. I wasn't going to finish, I don't think. But I think that was my best one. I think I was halfway and just past halfway in time. Get in there! Get in there! Get out the corner. No. No professor of curvature here, motherfucker. Yes, that's an Uma joke for those of you that still play Uma, which apparently out of the people that I know is like 3 people out of the like 20 that I knew that used to play it. You know what's funny? I feel like eventually this minigame is just gonna allow me to win. I am not suddenly gonna get better. Eventually the game is just gonna say, yeah, you win. Get out of the fucking corners. Hey, bitches. Beaver, instead of beaver bothers, beaver bitches. Get away. See, like, eventually, video game's gonna be the death of me one day. I'm gonna have a heart attack on stream because of this video game. Get 911 ready. Get in, these fuckers straddling. You know, whenever I finish streaming today, I'm gonna Google how the fuck does Beaver Bother work. I'm gonna go on YouTube. I'm gonna look up a 45-minute Carl Jobst video or whoever, the gaming historian. Wow, I was 2 done. 2 away. I don't know, someone's having Like I said, eventually the game's just gonna say I win, and that one was dreadfully close. Now, will I ever get that close again? Let's find out. Well, I'm having good RNG so far. Let's see how long until that breaks. I think it broke. That started off so well. They were all just going in 1 or 2 scares. Now it's back to how it used to be. Looks like 12 is my limit right now. Without good RNG on however the hell they decide if they go inside or not. Because it's weird. It feels like some of them only go in on certain angles. Like they can't go in unless they're in a certain spot. And I don't know how to figure out which ones go to which spot. Only got one in half a fucking minute. Like, this is fucking... Ugh.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Get off the fucking corner.
Welcome to bonus stage.
I don't know what I'm doing. I legitimately don't know what I'm doing wrong. Sometimes they just have no desire to go inside. Please. Fuck!
Welcome to bonus stage.
I'm trying to 100% it. I can already beat the game. I'm pretty sure I already have enough bananas to beat the game. I literally just need to get enough small bananas to fight the boss of this area. I'm getting more consistent, surprisingly, even though I'm not doing anything different.
Bonus stage.
I say that and now they're just not even going in the hole now. I cursed myself. I gave myself the curse of raw. Get off the fucking corner. You're fucking worthless if you're in the corner.
Welcome to bonus stage. Welcome to bonus
My
stage.
pace needs to be like having 5 left with the last 20 seconds. Oh my god, this motherfucker needed to go in.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Just
Welcome to bonus stage.
doing so good here, but Perry the Platypus going into Fortnite. Are you just trying to say random things to distract me? Because I heard about the fucking AI meme that was around for kids is becoming a thing in Fortnite. Get in! Motherfucker. The tree thing, yes. Yes, I know. I
Bonus stage.
just don't want you to get upset with the game, so you want to crash it. I'm fine. I just need to focus because, like, I think I'm understanding it a little more. Like, I'm not, like, going non-verbal because I'm angry. I'm going non-verbal because I'm trying to focus on, like, figuring out which is the best beaver to go after. Because you might be thinking I'm going after them randomly, but I'm not. I'm quite literally trying to hurt them. Which is obviously, you know, what the game is, but in like a very specific way. But it seems like it's working now. I'm stuck. No, this one's gonna fail, but it'll be close. Especially if they get stuck like that. Damn. And that one just walked over the hole. It's really stupid. Is the fucking tomb whatever a tree? I don't fucking know what it is. It's all I know is it's a giant brown, stupid looking ass thing that's very clear AI. Like every big meme that's a thing for kids right now is just AI. It's fucking stupid. I hate it. Not even like good AI either. They're fucking stuck. No, again! Fuck! Ugh, everything's just so half-assed these days. Can I brain rot something? Is it Italian? I don't fucking know. It just sounds like some random gibberish people made up. Is that supposed to be Italian? They're stuck. I'm not gonna go after them. I would say what's wrong with that pick, but I know they do anything for money. That's pretty much what it is. Remember, Fortnite is not a kid's game. It's a game that appeals to all audiences, and in order to get the kids' money, they have to keep up with the latest brain rot. Which is why 6-7 has also become a meme there, even though it's already kind of old. Somebody! You, in the hole, now! Fuck! Ugh, so close. I had 10 seconds for the last one. None of them would just go the way I wanted them to go. Roblox if it's stupid you can steal the brain.
Welcome to
Gross.
bonus stage.
What happened to games like Capture the Flag and shit? You know what's funny? I recently heard that apparently kids these days don't call the playground game red light green light anymore. They just call it Squid Game. And I'm like, I hate kids. Because Squid Game is the name of the show, not the name of that fucking minigame. Get in! Oh, your turbo, can we still be working on stuff?
Welcome to
We
bonus
failed as a
stage.
species. I don't know who was saying that. I just saw text popping up, and I'm like, I gotta read that after I win or fail the minigame. I don't know if you're still lurking, Pecunia, if you're seeing my focus / anger. Sorry, guys. I'm not actually angry. Like, I'm just again, I'm just hyper focused. Like, a couple of these are actually pissing me off, like when they just get stuck and I just get
Welcome to
fucked.
bonus stage.
But like, me being silent is not necessarily me being angry. That pisses me off. Just hugging the corner and he just doesn't go in. This motherfucker refused to go in, so that this one's dead.
Welcome to bonus stage.
You know what's crazy? I think it's actually been a half hour of just this minigame right now. Because I'm pretty sure we had ads when I was starting this, and we're about to have ads again, and I take a minute and a half of ads every half hour. These fuckers need to go in and stop hugging the corners. Oh my god, he's right on the edge and he's not going in. Both of those last ones could have been the actual finish. They just
Welcome to bonus
got...
stage.
I don't know how they get just stuck and don't fall. Because like sometimes they just fall straight through. Other times they get caught on like some invisible collision like that. And they just refuse to fall. It's double actually. Damn. I'm getting better, which is good. If you're wondering how I know I'm getting better,
Bonus stage.
I'm actually getting 10 pretty consistently. Before I was getting like 4 or 5. I'm not going to say the other two numbers because I don't think I was even getting that many, surprisingly. Sometimes it feels like I can push them in, but I can't. None of these went in. Oh god. Is it sad that I'm sitting and repeating peanut butter? I mean, peanut butter is a pretty decent snack.
Welcome to bonus
It's
stage.
pretty healthy in moderation, so like I don't think that's sad. I know a lot of people that just eat peanut butter. It's a pretty commonly night snack. Too many of them are stuck in the corner. I want to restart that one.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Too many of them are just stuck here. Oh my god, 2 of them are stuck and 1 of them refused to go in.
Welcome to bonus stage.
God, am I gonna hit 5 hours on stream because I'm trying to do this fucking minigame? Get your ass in, motherfucker. God, it's just reminds me of goddamn Rage Against the Machines. Just fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. If the beginning was better, that could have been it.
Bonus stage.
The beginning is always the worst part for me, surprisingly. Once I get in the rhythm, it's actually surprisingly easy. For some reason, just the start I can't ever do well. Motherfucker, get in. I just need a better start.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Like that, actually, surprisingly. I'm not gonna touch those before I'm gonna let them get out of the corner if they can. Well, come back from the ads, by the way. I saw the ads were running a little bit ago. Get in. Get in. Fuck. Oh.
Okay.
Fucking saving it after that. What area am I in so I can remember to come back here to keep going? I'm done after that. Oh no, I finished this area. Cool, very good.
Okay.
Oh my god. I want to see how far we are in the game. One more save. Oh my god. I did not plan to stream this long. kind of understood it a little bit at the end though. I was only scaring them when I was directly between them, or they were between me and the hole. What are we at? 76%. And that's including the fact that I have like 40 bananas saved up just by blueprints. All right, get this fucking thing out of my sight for now. Let's go back over here. Let's put the music back on. What am I listening to? Drift Veil? That's fine. Oh my god, bro. Thank you guys for being here. Sorry for being like half tilted. Like I was only tilted in the sense that like the game was infuriating because it did not work the way it's supposed to. At least it didn't feel like it was. It's just jank, you know, that's all it is. Oh. It's like, good, I love you guys. Can I just say that? I really do. Thank you guys for being here. It means a lot. But honestly, like, I'm having a lot of fun with this game because, like, I don't know if it's easy for you guys to understand, but, or at least to notice, like, I have a hard time showing emotions, whether it's positive or negative. So, like, having anything that can spark joy or anger while I'm, you know, in this case playing a video game or whatever, it's genuinely a good time for me. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Bye bye, Pizlongus Dragon. Yeah, thank you guys for listening to me being a little bit disheartened and like annoyed at like friendships just crumbling over the course of like 3 months, 4 months, give or take. But yeah, life moves on. I'm still here. I will still continue as much as I can. As long as you guys keep showing up. If you guys stop showing up, I don't know what I'll do. Like if one of these days just none of you guys show up more than like once a week, I don't know what I would do with myself. I'd probably just actually quit, because like what's the point? What's the point in streaming if like there's nobody to hang out with, nobody to chat with? But yeah, I don't know what else to say. Just thank you guys. Tomorrow, I don't know if I'm gonna do Pokopia because I did, you know, finish the story. I might do something else, maybe more DK64, I don't know. I might bring back Digimon Story Time Stranger, actually. Maybe that's what I'll do tomorrow instead of Pokopia. But we'll see. We love you platonically. Yeah, thank you. No parasocialism here, nuh-uh. Even if somebody wants Raw Dragon, which, by the way, Raw Dragon's not good for you. It might get you sick for 9 months. Anyway, I'm gonna get to bed, honestly. I'm kind of tired after all that emotion. I will be back tomorrow with something. There's a small chance I'm not back tomorrow because maybe my family comes back tomorrow and I have to, you know, be with them, say hi how much I miss them, and I don't know, they might just be loud as fuck. But yeah, there's a small chance. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, thank you guys for being here. I will catch you guys hopefully more than likely tomorrow, okay? Around 5 o'clock if I can, maybe 6 at the earliest, besides if I don't do 5. Yeah, so hopefully around the same time tomorrow, okay? You guys have a good night now. Bye bye.